Dikirain orang, dikirain bubuk. Tangannya dipegang dingin, semua membeku. Kaku mulut gua.
Pucet banget sih kayak
Dapurnya mana? Apa gua dapur dulu?
jangan dong.
Peringatan. Good morning, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. The 2022 Knowledge Sharing Program will begin in 5 minutes. Please kindly be seated. Thank you.
Biasanya kalau ada begini ada translatornya.
Ada translator. Mungkin ada translator yang duduk di dalam
Iya,
booth
iya,
dia.
biasanya begitu. Kalau bisa pakai ada translator biasanya kita bisa pakai bahasa bahasa Indonesia, bisa pakai bahasa Malaysia. Tidak harus Inggris. Di Malaysia mungkin bahasa itu bercampur ya. Jadi artinya bahasa Melayu dengan Inggris itu bercampur ya. Jadi sehari-hari
Untuk tiap hari seharian bercampur.
sehari-hari bercampur.
Ya,
Jadi
tapi bahasa officialnya
bahasa Malaysia.
from business
Ya. Jadi Inggris itu termasuk bahasa sehari-hari juga.
ya. Siapa yang duduk di bandar mungkin bahasa dia tukar-tukar macam saya. Di kampung mama bahasa Melayu atau bahasa Cina.
Bahasa Cina.
Dia pun ada yang Tamil. So semua kadang-kadang buat regulation policy ni kami kena make sure ada translation.
Jadi biasa di sana kan lah gitu ya.
Boleh Pak, boleh.
Boleh.
Ya. Bukan bisa, boleh.
You're from Malaysia.
Malaysia.
You're from
Indonesia.
here.
Iya.
Terima kasih. Both of you.
Alhamdulillah.
I was in Kuala Lumpur.
Oh, you were? 2 weeks ago, okay.
I went to Putrajaya for meeting.
Are you based?
Yeah. So I used this bahasa Indonesia. Kuala Lumpur.
Okay.
It was working.
A very good morning, Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the 2022 Knowledge Sharing Program Regional Seminar in Asia. Can we give a big round of applause to our event for today? Thank you very much. We are delighted to welcome each every one of you right here in Grand Hyatt Jakarta, and also the participant through Zoom online and also YouTube streaming. Thank you for joining us today. My name is Tommy Siahaan, and it is such an honor for me to be your host for today's event. Thank you very much for your participation with us today. And this year, the Knowledge Sharing Program Regional Seminar is being held on the following, the 27th of September 2022 in Jakarta, Indonesia, under the theme of Knowledge Sharing, Platform for Recovery and Sustainable Transformation. The conference is hosted by the Ministry of Economy and Finance of the Republic of Korea and Ministry of National Development Planning, Bappenas, of the Republic of Indonesia, and jointly organized by Korea Development Institute. Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to read the agenda for today. The first agenda is the opening ceremony, and the second is the morning seminar session led by our moderator. After lunchtime, we will continue with the afternoon seminar session led by our moderator. Then, without further ado, let us begin our opening ceremony by listening to the opening remarks delivered by His Excellency Wong Ki-sond, Deputy Director General for Trade Policy, Ministry of Economy and Finance. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome His Excellency Wong Ki-sond.
Her Excellency Amelia Adeninga Widiasanti, Deputy Minister of National Development Planning of Indonesia, His Excellency Hee Seok-kwon, Ambassador of the Mission of the Republic of Korea to ASEAN, participants from all over Asia to share their knowledge and experiences in this seminar. On behalf of the Minister of Economy and Finance of Korea, I'd like to welcome all of you to the 2022 KSP Asian Regional Seminar. Since its start in 2012, this seminar has provided a venue where experts from the region and Korea discuss various development agendas and the role of KSP. Then it's also worthwhile to mention that for the first time in 3 years after the outbreak of COVID-19, the face-to-face meeting format resumes as a hybrid one with online that could make knowledge sharing more lively and broadly. Distinguished guests, Korea, as a member of ASEAN, has maintained a close cooperative relationship with other Asian countries. As of 2021, among Korea's top 20 trading partners, 11 countries were Asian. And the Korean companies' investments in Asia are also expanding. Especially, Korea's trade with the ASEAN countries has increased steadily, culminating to $177 billion trade volume in 2021. As for KSP, a total of 219 projects has been conducted in Asian region. Main areas, to name a few, were industrial and trade policy, macroeconomic and financial policy, public administration, public finance, and infrastructure development. Distinguished guests, we are facing the unprecedented challenges such as COVID-19 pandemic, climate change, Ukraine crisis, supply chain disruption, and high energy price and inflation, widening income gap, etc. Against this backdrop, recovery from the pandemic and the transition to a sustainable and digital economy becomes common top priorities. In this regard, the theme of today's seminar, Knowledge Sharing Platform for Recovery and Sustainable Transformation, is appropriate to cope with those challenges through exchange of mutual wisdoms. This morning, the KSP cases of Indonesia, Malaysia, and the Mekong River Commission will be highlighted, and the results will be shared. This afternoon, we would like to discuss the future of KSP by introducing Indonesian government's project proposal on the integrated financial management information system and Korea's digital financial policy. Distinguished guests, the basic principle of KSP is mutual, not one-way exchange of knowledge. The Korean government would like to hear frank opinions and feedbacks from partner countries and learn from their experiences as well. KSP could not advance to the next stage without your active and valuable contributions. I look forward to lively discussions and knowledge sharing among today's seminar. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellency Wong Ki-son, for the encouraging opening remarks. Now we are going to listen to opening remarks delivered by Her Excellency Amalia Adininggar Widyasanti, Deputy for Economics, Ministry of National Development Planning, Bappenas. Please welcome Her Excellency Amalia Adininggar Widyasanti.
His Excellency Mr. Wong Ki-son, Deputy Director General for Trade Policy, Ministry of Economy and Finance of the Republic of Korea, Mr. Hye Seung-kwon, Ambassador, Mission of the Republic of Korea to ASEAN, Mr. Jong-wook Kim, Executive Director, Center for International Development, the Republic of Korea, all participants who are participating offline and through online platform, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. A very good morning and may be peace upon us. It is a great pleasure for me to deliver an opening remarks in knowledge sharing program regional seminar by the Ministry of Economy and Finance of the Republic of Korea. We do appreciate it. Allow me to give my highest appreciation also to all of those who have dedicated and succeeded in organizing this extraordinary event. In this kind of opportunity, I would like also to convey Indonesia's progressive recovery and the direction of Indonesia's economic transformation going forward. Hopefully, what Indonesia has gone through this can inspire other countries, and also we can work together with Korea and Indonesia to recover stronger and recover together. Distinguished speakers, guests, ladies and gentlemen, the COVID-19 pandemic has hampered the global economy, including the G20 economies. As a result, all G20 countries recorded negative GDP growth in 2020, while in 2021, all G20 countries are starting to recover and grow positively. But only some economies of the G20 countries are already fully recovered from the COVID-19 crisis, but some of it not yet been fully recovered to come into the level of pre-pandemic level. Let's now move on the Indonesian economic progress and the impact of COVID-19 on the Indonesian economy. The COVID-19 pandemic erased, not only erased, but also put it down all the development progress that Indonesia have achieved so far. COVID-19 increased the poverty rate to double digit, while the unemployment rate jumped significantly from 5.23% in 2019 to 7.7% in 2020. Indonesia's economy also contracted by 2.07% in 2020. This is actually the first economic contraction that is experienced by Indonesia after ASEAN financial crisis in 1998. And during this period, the long period, Indonesia never had a contraction of economy before. So this COVID-19 pandemic is the first time that Indonesian economy got contracted after the pandemic, after the 1998 economic crisis. However, ladies and gentlemen, the Indonesian economy has recovered in a good pace. We already growth positively in 2021 to 3.69%, and now still in the accelerating pace. In quarter 2 of 2022, Indonesia can maintain the economic growth at the rate of 5.44%. Distinguished speakers, ladies and gentlemen, the COVID-19 pandemic also left a long-lasting effect on our economies. Just like the long COVID that hampered the people's health. Actually, our economy also got the long-term effect from COVID-19, which is persists even several months or even years, and we call it scarring effects. Indonesia and the global economy at any level will be having and experiencing scarring effect that needs productivity booster. Not only, people need booster of vaccination, but our economy also need productivity booster. So, moreover, the impact of COVID-19 also caused workers to shift to the lower productivity sector, make our economy productivity is getting lower and lower. The COVID-19 pandemic has made homework, next slide. The COVID-19 pandemic has made homework that previously existed even more difficult. For Indonesia, for example, even before the COVID-19 crisis, Indonesia's economy has a homework. We are experiencing deindustrialization, marked by the decline in the share of manufacturing of the Indonesian economy, and it is getting worsened during the COVID-19 pandemic. COVID-19 crisis exacerbates an already low level of total factor productivity even lower, and Indonesia among the countries are actually having the lowest total factor productivity compared to our neighboring countries. Distinguished speakers, guests, ladies and gentlemen, learning from the past, Indonesia would like to do something better. We are now putting our efforts to transform the Indonesian economy towards sustainable and more inclusive economic growth. It is expected that this strategy can bring our economy and global economy into more resilient and stronger economy in the future. Indonesia has also shown commitment to kickstart the economic transformation agenda. So we are actually now in the process of formulation to redesign the vision of Indonesia 2045 to adapt to new situation and the future trend of the global economy. At the same time, Indonesia also needs to accelerate our economic growth inclusively and sustainably. So therefore, in the long term, we have a very big agenda to escape from the middle income trap and achieve high income economy by 2045. To achieve this target, ladies and gentlemen, Indonesia, in this regard, our ministry has designed 6 major strategies for Indonesian economic transformation agenda, which include competitive human resources. Second, economic productivity. Third, green economy. Fourth, digital transformation. Fifth, domestic economic integration. And the last one is urbanization and our new capital city. Indonesia is very keen to learn from Korea in transforming the economy. Indonesia has been in the middle income status for about 28 years until now. Indonesia actually upgraded from low income to lower middle income in 1993, and until now, Indonesia, even after the crisis, even after the COVID-19 crisis, Indonesia is returned back to lower middle income status. We actually in 2019, we already upgraded into the upper middle income. But because of the COVID-19 pandemic, we returned back to lower middle income status. Again, we don't have a lot of time to achieve our 2045 vision. Meanwhile, if you look at South Korea experiences, South Korea actually can graduate from low income to high income economy in just within 19 years. Again, Indonesia now have been in the middle income status for 28 years. But Korea can really graduate from low income status to high income economy by only within 19 years. And we learn from Korea that the key to transform Korea's economy is by productivity and innovation. Ladies and gentlemen, it is time for Indonesia to transform. And again, if we compare Korea and Indonesian exporting goods, Korea actually having dominated by high value-added goods. If we compare to Indonesia, the export structure of Indonesia is actually dominated by primary sector which have low value-added. At the same time, if you look at Korea now, Korean creative economy is accelerating very fast, which improve Korean branding, and also this branding link to the acceleration of other economic sectors in Korea, and even this make the Korean economy grow faster. Since 2000s, Korea wave was globalized by K-pop, K-drama, and K-brand become the branding and improve the selling of Korean products. To implement the strategy for economic transformation, the government of Indonesia is already delivered a lot of strategies, not only at national level, but also at subnational level. These efforts are now one of them is actually compiled. We just launched the roadmap of Bali Kerti economy for the new Bali era, green, resilient, and prosperous, because we understand that there is no one size fits all for each region, because Indonesian region is actually a lot of varieties, and also a lot of potential that is different from one region to another region. So this effort, Bali Kerti economy, to achieve the new Bali era, why we started from Bali? Because compared to the other region, Bali is the most affected province in Indonesia by COVID-19. Bali's economic growth is far above the national average before the pandemic. During the pandemic, Bali's economy hit the most when COVID-19 came to our economy, causing the economic contraction of Bali in 2020 by minus 9.31%. And Bali also, the province that very slow in the recovery process among and compared the other region, because of the structure of Bali economy is so fragile. Bali became Indonesia's first role model to carry out the 6 major economic transformation strategies. And these 6 economic strategies of Bali economic transformation is based on the regional local wisdom and the philosophical values of Sat Kerti. So we really base the economic transformation of Bali based on the local wisdom of Bali. So the 6 transformation strategies to accelerate Bali's economic transformation include Smart and Healthy Bali, Productive Bali, Green Bali to achieve a reduction in greenhouse emission, Integrated Bali, Bali Smart Island, and the last strategy is Conducive Bali. With Bali Economic Transformation Agenda, we will achieve the new Bali era in 2045, aligned with the vision of Indonesian 2045, and Bali's GDP per capita is expected to increase 8 times from current number, and Bali GDP later on will be as much as the GDP per capita of Spain economy by 2045. Ladies and gentlemen, next slide. Ladies and gentlemen, Indonesia has only 22 years to go. Without transformation, 2045 vision will be difficult to be achieved. Korea is really a role model for Indonesia to transform. Innovation and productivity-led growth is actually the key of the success of Korea in transforming the economy. The question is that how Indonesia can really follow this role model from Korean economy. And then from this, we will have the next step to finalize the roadmap and redesign the Indonesian economic transformation. And the next step is that we will implement the economic transformation agenda to achieve the 2045 vision. So Indonesia will be one of the high-income economies by 2045. To conclude, the government of Indonesia really appreciate and thanks to the government of Korea for a lot of collaboration and cooperation between parties, especially for how we can work together to really support Indonesia's economic transformation and to help a speedy recovery of our region. As the way forward, the Knowledge Sharing Regional Seminar Program will also be an excellent agenda for Indonesia in learning and benchmarking the Korea in carrying out a comprehensive economic policy and the economic transformation agenda. I do hope that the Indonesia-Korea friendship can be maintained and improved in the future to contribute to regional and global prosperity. I'll stop there and thank you very much for your kind attention.
Thank you, Your Excellency Amalia Adininggar Widyasari, for delivering the opening remarks. And we hope and we believe that our government of Indonesia, especially for Ministry of National Development Planning, can work together or hand in hand with the Korean Republic as well, sharing to achieve everything, all the platform. As the Indonesian government on 2022 logos is recover, faster, rise, stronger. Thank you. Terima kasih, Ibu. And now I would like to invite His Excellency Hee So-kwon, the Ambassador of Mission of the Republic of Korea to ASEAN, to the stage to give congratulatory remarks.
Good morning to everyone. Deputy Minister Widyasanti, special thanks for you to let us know your sixth economic transformation strategy. As I have been working here in Indonesia, I was deeply impressed by your ambitious plan to transform your economy to the high-income economy from the middle-income economy. I hope every success, wish you every success in your endeavor. And Her Excellency Ms. Amalia Widyasanti, Deputy Minister for Economic Affairs, Ministry of National Development Planning of the Republic of Indonesia, Director General Son Woon-gi, International Economic Affairs Bureau, my colleague, Ministry of Economy and Finance of the Republic of Korea, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, I am honored and pleased to welcome each and every one of you today to the KSP Asia Regional Seminar here in Jakarta. I'd like to express sincere thanks to the Ministry of Economy and Finance of the Republic of Korea and the Korea Development Institute, KDI, for organizing this timely and meaningful seminar. Special thanks go to the speakers and experts from various countries who will share their wisdom and insights. In the face of the deepening strategic competition involving major powers, geopolitical significance of Southeast Asia, ASEAN, has been increasing ever more recently. Moreover, as the supply chain restructuring has been accelerated by the COVID-19 pandemic and the Ukraine war, ASEAN has been gaining attention globally for its growth potential with abundant natural resources and fast-growing markets and the excellent economic transformation strategies as demonstrated by the Deputy Minister Widiasanti. Over the last 3 decades, Korea has been increasingly expanding partnership with ASEAN beyond the economic areas to a broader socio-cultural and scientific landscape. In this regard, no small role has been played by Knowledge Sharing Program, KSP, in upgrading partnership between ASEAN and Korea. Of course, it's inevitable that the exchange of goods, services, and capital will continue to be in front of the Asian-Korea partnership. However, KSP is more essential in sharing knowledge of long-term sustainability for a common growth of both ASEAN and Korea, based on the future-oriented mindset. In this vein, I want to highlight 3 points briefly on why KSP is immensely important today and in the future. First, sharing knowledge is more significant than just possessing it. Sharing knowledge rather than possessing it will help our next generation to find a right direction in realizing the community for a better life. Second, knowledge sharing is a two-way interaction, not a one-way transfer. It should benefit both sides. Korea needs to learn a know-how from the Asian economies, while it shares its own knowledge with the Asian partners. In this way, KSP will positively affect Asian and Korea to broaden the understanding on each other through close communication and partnership. Third and last, I expect that KSP will lead new initiatives in shaping our future. Such subjects as emerging topics for sustainable growth, namely climate change and digital transformation, can serve as a powerful driver for Asian and Korea economic development. All in all, I strongly believe that today's KSP Asia Regional Seminar will be the valuable and meaningful occasion to explore ideas for the socio-economic development of Asian and Korea. I also hope this seminar will help cement knowledge-sharing partnership between Asian countries and Korea. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you to His Excellency Hee Seok-hwan for the supportive congratulatory remarks. Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, before we continue to the next agenda, now together we are going to watch Indonesia's traditional dance performance. So let's join me to give a big round of applause for Indonesia's traditional dance performance. Can we give once again a big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen? Thank you to the dancers for showing us some Indonesia's traditional dances. Actually, we have over than 3,000 traditional dances from Indonesia. What is performed today is only a few of traditional dances. A little bit, only in Korea we have Gangnam style dances as well, all right? Okay, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, now before we continue to our morning session, we are going to take a group photo together. I would like to invite our VIP guests, presenters, speakers, and also panelists to come up to the stage to take a group photo. And for online speakers, please turn on your camera. So here it is on the stage, our VIP guest presenters, speakers, and panelists for 2022 Knowledge Sharing Program Regional Seminar in Asia. We count on 1, 2, 3 for document. For the photo, 1, 2, 3. All participants, ladies and gentlemen, can we give a big round of applause to our distinguished guests, PIVs, who's on the stage right now to taking a group photo together. All good, documentations? Thank you very much. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, please kindly return to your seat. All right, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, we are now continuing to the next agenda. That is the morning seminar session with the topic Knowledge Sharing, Platform for Recovery and Sustainable Transformation. All right, thank you for the team. And please kindly come up to the stage, presenters and moderator for the first session. Once again, we kindly invited to come up to the stage, presenters and moderator for the first session. All right, all presentation and discussion will be moderated by our moderator, Mr. Kurniawan Aryadi, Director of Bilateral Funding, Ministry of National Development Planning, Bappenas. Please welcome our moderator, Mr. Kurniawan Aryadi. Mr. Kurniawan Aryadi, the stage is yours.
Thank you. Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, thank you for this time. And we are now entering the first sharing session in our today's seminar. And in this session, we are having 1, 2, 3, 4 speakers or presenters, and then each of them will present around 50 minutes their knowledge and experiences. And at this session, we will have various topics and issues. So hopefully at the end of this session, each of you can find a right thread of their experience and knowledge that we share later on. And after presentation from the speakers, we will have for discussion to discuss some issues that will be raised by the presenter. So the first presenter or speaker is Mr. Jung Wok Kim. Mr. Jung Wok Kim is the Director of Center for International Development of India. Mr. Kim,
Yeah, I thought that the microphone is on. So thank you and good morning, everyone. So I'd like to share some ideas and experiences and try to stress out the role of knowledge sharing for recovery and relief of Asia, especially focus on the digitalization or digital transformation. So basically, we are behind the schedule, so I need to speed up anyhow. So due to the pandemic, everything changes, and we are still suffering the impact of COVID-19. So pandemic persists even after more than 2 years of suffering. Yet inequality has risen in most of the countries, not just developing ones, but also developed ones as well. So economy become more monopolistic with less competition, which just slow down in productivity as well. So with rising inequality among firms. Also, climate change takes top priority among global agendas. It has great impact on human being and ecosystem. Aging population in lots of countries make older people more vulnerable to severe climate changes and natural disasters. So recent political and social happenings, including wars and political turmoils, throws crisis to society. So food supply chains collapse, while energy prices risen up to unprecedented levels. So those brought us growing inequality and unsustainability in Asian regions. So furthermore, those two problems affects daily life differently across regions, genders, and ages. So rural areas or less developed regions got more damage from climate change and political turmoil. Also, for instance, female youth tends to stay unemployed after pandemic occurrence than male youth in Korea. So we have gender issues, we have climate change issues, we have economic transformation issues, which is speed up by the pandemic. So overcome those social disconnection, along with minimizing digital gap and ICT affordability, we urgent demand from the society. Lessen inequality for pursuing inclusive society and economic more sustainable and viable is our top priority in knowledge sharing issues as well. So we try to pursue digitalization or digital transformation against the urgent problems, including climate change and economic transformation. We have the experience of digital transformation in Korea. So we do have two types of digitalization. First one is digital transformation in public sector to make e-government or ICT-friendly administration. And the other one is digitalization in private sector. So in order for the more innovation in economic activities at manufacturing, tourism, agriculture, or fishery, and service sector as well. So we have urgent issues of those digital transformation in public sector and private sector. But the Korean government shows that like good performance in digital transformation. Also, Korean policies have kind of great performance in driving and supporting digital transformation in private sector. Yet the levels and scope of digital transformation in ASEAN countries differ. So the tailored approach is needed to make it happen. That means we need evaluate the status of the digital transformation or digital infrastructure in each and every country, and then we would like to address the tailor-cut the approach or solutions against to pursue digital transformation in those countries. For instance, the Korean government has a great knowledge and experience in digital transformation in e-government. So last year we have the good performance in sharing of knowledges in DX. So we helped the Serbian country to develop the plans for the digital transformation, and we recommend they should establish data center, which was the kind of outcome of knowledge sharing programs in Serbian territory. So those things are kind of the sharing our experience to the Serbian countries or other countries in pursuing digital transformation in public sector. Also, we are not being proud of our performance, just rather we try to share our struggling or challenges in pursuing those digital transformation as well, so that we can enhance our knowledges and find out the best alternative to pursue those important agendas. And Asian recovery from the pandemic has those components of digitalization. For instance, test, track, and treat. Triple T was pursued and employed in against the pandemic, and those things are not possible without the ICT infrastructure or the digitalization in Korean territory. So we are taking care of those issues by the help of the ICT or digitalization in public administration as well. And some of the recent KSPs in ASEAN regions will be shared in this session. And knowledge is not just provided by the one side, but shared among the partners. And we are looking forward to KSP in nearest time for those important agendas, not just limited to the digital transformation, but other important agendas, including economic transformation, economic reforms, like that. Sorry. So, as Your Excellency, the Vice Minister Winnie states this morning, we have homeworks. But the homework becomes like not just individual doing ones, rather it becomes teamwork among the countries. So we expect more cooperation and sharing of knowledges or experiences to achieve those the targets in harmonized way. So thank you for your attention. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kim. And now I'd like to invite the second speaker from Indonesia, Bapak Edi Mulya, Director of
Thank you. Thank you very much, distinguished guests and ladies and gentlemen. First of all, we are very glad to have you here, and it's a good, it's nice for us that this seminar, these regional seminars take place in Jakarta. Welcome in Jakarta, welcome Indonesia, and of course we hope Jakarta is not your only destination. There are many tourism destinations in Indonesia that you can explore. Let me introduce myself. My name is Edi Mulya. I'm from BPKP. BPKP is internal auditor, government internal auditor that directly responsible to the president. We have 2 times experience with the KDI and KSP, and I give a title of my presentation here is BPKP experience on KSP, enhancing internal audit function through ICT. Well, next slide, please. Firstly, I'd like to tell you about what is internal audit's role nowadays, and I will be share also about our experience with KSP in 2018 and 19, and the second time we have also experience with KSP 21 and 22, and the last item we will tell you about what next action we will be take in the future. Next. Well, about internal audit's role, ladies and gentlemen, we know widely that there are a development maybe in internal audit's roles wideward. The very basic role of internal auditors is an assurance provider. In assurance provider's role, internal auditor take a place to do compliance, just like a compliance audit, just to say to the audit or to assess the auditee, yeah, that this is good, this is wrong, this is right, just like that. In the second step, internal audit roles become a problem solver, not just telling the auditee that this is right or wrong, but also give the solution, the problem, how to solve the problem. And the next decade, maybe internal auditors more become an inside consultant, because internal auditor in organization have a helicopter's view, that internal auditors can look all over the organization and also can give an insight to the top management how the organization's going. Is it straightforward to the vision or mission or not? And the next two step of internal auditor's role is trusted advisors and strategic partner. In this step, internal auditor become a friend, become a partner to the top management, that top management can ask the internal auditor to discuss about how the future of the organization. Maybe we can claim that BPKP has in this step, in a role that we have become a trusted advisor and strategic partner since our presidents also asked BPKP to discuss about strategic issues. Well, according to the pandemic COVID, we know that we experience with new normal. We have a new habit. We have a new method. New normal means change, and also means chance. And the critical change or chance is about how to move from a traditional method to digital method. Yeah. Then it's also impact the internal auditor. Next slide. So the challenge of internal auditor is how to transforming traditional audit to digital audit. We said that to continuous audit by make the digital audit. How to improve, how to move from the manual procedure to automated procedure, to annual audit to real-time audit, annual option to evergreen in-demand option, and also how to move from sample testing to 100% population, because we do the audit by system, we audit digitally, so we can audit 100% population. And of course, that's also will impact to cost reduction. And if we compare, next, if we compare Indonesia, why we learn to Korea, why we learn from Korea, just like Miss Amalia said, our deputy said, that there are a few things that Korea really better than Indonesia. If we look of ease of doing business, index of ease of doing business, Indonesia is still in the rank of number 73, while Korea in the number 5. Corruption Perfection Index, Indonesia in 102 and Korea in 32. Government Effectiveness Index, Indonesia in the rank of 62 and Korea in 5. Yeah, in rank 5, and also a Government Development Index, Indonesia still in 88 rank, and Korea in the 2nd rank. So that's how we learn from Korea. Like I mentioned before, we have 2 times experience cooperation with KSP. The first time is in KSP 2018-19. The theme of the cooperation in that time is increasing the capacity of government internal auditor to guard government accountability. Next, in that cooperation, we got 3 topic of research in 18-19, capacity building policy of BPKP, strengthening government risk management, and then consultation for audit process in e-finance system. Thank you very much that we have got a recommendation to from the result of research, that the recommendation to strengthen audit system by the plan to development of national financial database collection and integration, development of public database and linkage system, and develop a data warehouse. We know that Indonesia is very wide from east to west, so that we need an integrated system to integrate all the province, yeah, all the area. And then next, that's what we get or we learn in the first time of cooperation in 18 and 19. And the second time we got KSP 21 and 22, that the theme of this cooperation is improvement of a supervisory method on utilizing IT, e-audit case in Indonesia. We really have an experience in this time to compare about how digitalized things happen in Korea and how in Indonesia. In Indonesia, we need to improve efficiency, effectiveness, accountability, and transparency of government service delivery. That's we can say that this is the situation of Indonesia e-government right now. Absence of integrated infrastructure, infrastructure. Application development is built in each agency. We have many system information here in Indonesia. So based on this e-government situation, so we have a few things that we do in our cooperation by gathered knowledge and consultation and adoption of Korean best practice of e-government, creating a national supervisory design that promoting best use of data available and getting suggestion recommendation of suitable IT system. Next, in this cooperation, we got 3 topics, 3 research topics done by expert from Korea with our local consultant from BPKP. The number 1 topic is a research on data necessary for audit activities in relevant government institution. The second topic is comparative analysis and evaluation between BPKP's audit system and Korea's electronic audit system. And the last topic is consolidating FMIS. We said we have a system in local government here that we name it FMIS, Financial Management Information System, to be a continuous auditing and continuous monitoring function. Next. From this topic research, yeah, we learned that in Korea we know there is a digital e-audit that called Cheongbek A system. we can say that Chongbaek system is look like a continuous audit and continuous monitoring in internal audit literature. We learn more about Chongbaek system and we compare it with the Indonesia situation. Then we learn that that Chongbaek system can be implemented in Indonesia. Yeah, there are 95 misconduct scenarios in Chongbaek system, and we learned that misconduct scenarios can be implemented in Indonesia, and we will be learn more about it. And then the last one is what our next action, yeah, after that 2 times of cooperation. Next slide, please. The next action is, of course, we need to, next slide, please. We have to do more action to build any audit, of course, like increase allocation in response to increase scope, development of implementation of smart IT-based audit system and IT-based paperless audit system. Jadi, so our dream is how to make an integrated e-audit system in government of Indonesia. Next, the last slide is the challenging idea for if you ask us what our suggestion for next KSP cooperation, we have a challenging idea for next KSP cooperation is let's talk about or let's research about integrating e-audit system for the accountability of 74,962 villages in Indonesia. That's my last slide. Thank you for your kindly attention. Thank you very much.
Terima kasih Pak Edi Mulia. Next, I'd like to invite Ibu Nur Haili Maizura to present the line.
Assalamualaikum. Can you hear me? Good morning, Her Excellency Ibu Amalia, Deputy for Economics, Ministry of National Development Planning, Indonesia, Mr. Wong Ki-son, Deputy Director General for Trade Policy, Ministry of Economy and Finance, Republic of Korea, and Mr. Jong-wook Kim, Executive Director, Center for International Development, Korea Development Institute. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. It is an honor to be here with you in Jakarta today. My name is Nur Haili. It's quite long, yeah, but you can call me Haili. I'm actually the Senior Director for My Digital Corporation, an agency under the Economic Planning Unit in the Prime Minister Office, Malaysia. Today, I will share with you a quick snapshot of a joint study that we had done in collaboration with My Digital, together with the Malaysian Administrative Modernization and Management Planning Unit, MAMPU, as well as with the Korea Development Institute under the 2021-2022 Knowledge Sharing Program, KSP. The title of this joint study is Building a Digital Government and Data-Driven Public Sector Innovation in the Post-COVID-19 Era. The COVID-19 outbreak has changed, as you know, as we heard this morning, shaped the economy, the way we work, then the societies around the world. During the pandemic, the digital transformation had accelerated overwhelmingly. It has accelerated digitization of the public and the private sectors in many countries, including improvement of the telecommunication and broadband infrastructure, the adoption of online business model, and promotion of online payments and enhancement of digital skills among the few. According to McKinsey Global Institute, from their survey of executive, the COVID-19 crisis has accelerated the digitization of customers and the supply chain interaction at least, 3 to 4 years. The share of digital, the share of digital and products in their portfolio also has accelerated by 7 years. This chart, if I can go back to the chart prior, This chart actually reflects where Malaysia stands in the digital economy landscape. Malaysia, in terms of global ranking, World Digital, we are 27th in terms of Digital Competitiveness Index. That's the result from 2021. In terms of our Global Competitive Index, in terms of ICT adoption, we are 33rd in the world. Malaysians are very loves our social media, so 92% of Malaysians are very active in Instagram, TikTok, Facebook, and we are also looking at getting more and more Malaysian to actually adopt cashless and online payment transaction that has been increased over the past 2 years. And in terms of digitization in businesses, we are looking at an increase of growth in e-commerce market value. Sorry. Can I go to the previous chart, please? Sorry, yeah. The value of digital economy for Malaysia, it is estimated to be 620 billion by 2026. And to capture this opportunity, there is a need to shape and execute key enablers, which are comprised of, number 1, the government in the delivery of public services. Number 2, strengthening the digital ecosystem of innovation and catalytic areas of digital economy. Number 3, skills and talents. And number 4, digital investment. So these key enablers must be supported with the right and pervasive digital foundation, primary in governance, infrastructure, and regulatory framework. Next, please. Last year, the government of Malaysia has announced and published the National 4IR Policy and the Malaysia Digital Economy Blueprint. Both are being formulated to set the directions, outline the strategies, initiatives, and targets to build the foundation to drive the growth of digital economy for Malaysia, including bridging the digital divide. It is to successfully transform Malaysia into a digitally driven, high-income nation and a regional leader in the digital economy. And the primary vision is really looking at to achieve an inclusive, responsible, and sustainable socio-economic development for the country. Next, please. Some of our achievement to date in terms of digital economy contribution to the GDP. In 2018, it was 18.5%, and in 2020, it's actually 22.6%, translating to RM 320 billion ringgit. Digital investment recorded, this is as of June this year, we have already achieved 57 billion against a target of 70 billion that we have set ourselves in 2025. And the other key drivers that we're looking at is the adoption of the micro, small, and medium enterprises for e-commerce. And we have actually surpassed our target to achieve 875,000 MSMEs to adopt e-commerce. So today we have about 1 million plus of SME on e-commerce. In terms of connective infrastructure, it's quite critical because it builds the whole foundation of digital and digitalization. We are, together with our Ministry of Communication, looking very aggressively in investment in fiber optic coverage in terms of number of households having penetration of fiber high-speed broadband to the home. We are looking also improving the mobile telecommunication broadband speed, and today we have achieved 47 megabits per second against a 35 megabit per second that we have set for our target by end of this year. 4G population, we have achieved 55.8%. We are looking at achieving 100% 4G coverage all over Malaysia by the end of 2025. And we are currently very aggressive in rolling out 5G. And today, we have already achieved 33% of 5G coverage of populated area in primary cities in Malaysia. There are 5 needle movers under the legislative and regulatory framework that have been identified to be the key to my digital aspiration. So number 1 is actually public sector data sharing and services. You're looking at how do we transform the public sector with data-driven decision making, and how can you use that data to modernize our service delivery. How then do we do also number 2 is private sector data flows. How do we manage cross-border data flows to generate more economic value than the traditional trade? As mentioned, we are really looking at improving our connectivity and infrastructure, so because that is the primary enabling factor to support our digital economy, e-payments, and lastly, digital ID and digital signature. The study that we have with KDI for KSP 2021 and 22 is really focusing on number 1, which is public sector data sharing and services. Next, please. So the topic is actually threefold. One is really looking, I think the objective when we had a discussion with KDI last year, we're looking at how do we accelerate Malaysia's position in the global data barometer. And with this, how do we strengthen Malaysia data system to improve further the lives of Malaysians? How we can leverage on data to set priorities and locate resources more efficiently. Please be advised that the following presentation are still under preliminary report, is subject to further deliberation and discussion with key stakeholders, which we hope to take place by mid-October. Next, please. So the first topic is really looking at the readiness, the digital government and data-driven public sector in terms of the governance, policies, and practices. So the question that we'll be asking ourselves in the study is that how prepared are we for open data initiative? How much of the existing open data meets the open data definition? And what are the policies in place? And benchmarking against the global data barometer, the subtopic 1 really explore the effectiveness governance of data that involves developing and implementing rules, processes, structures to ensure that the data is reliable, trustworthy, and comprehensive. And it is also critical to ensure that sensitive data is protected, while non-personal data sets are shared for open for reuse. The Global Data Barometer assesses the state data across 109 countries. Malaysia ranked, in terms of country score, we have 41.6%, Korea at 60.5%, while the average global score at 34%. For Malaysia, further improvement needed to improve the data management framework and to further strengthen our open data policy. Next, please. This is just to give you a general overview of our data policy, guidelines, and platform. We have the National Data Sharing Policy, we have the Public Sector Data Sharing Policy, we have guidelines across, and we also have data classification in place. Malaysia, there are 2 key data platforms available at the federal government level and also at subnational level, which is at the state level, which also have localized data platform. The main 2 that I'm sharing today is MyGDX. You're talking about data sharing platform that provides data integration services across agency to facilitate the provision of end-to-end online services. So today, 68.2% of the Malaysian government services are online against a target of 100% by 2025. Data.gov.my is our public sector open data portal. It serves as an online one service center to access and download the open government data. Today, 70% of ministry and agency are already onboarded on data.gov.my, and 82% machine-readable data accessible via API has already been implemented to increase the data sharing intra and inter-government agencies. Next one, the recommendation coming from subtopic 2 across 4 areas, really looking at how can we strengthen the current open data governance and data management framework. How can we establish a mediation committee to make sure that everybody are aware in terms of the guidelines and the compliance that they need to follow? How can we then diversify and enhance further the function of the existing committees to really looking at open data flow, national core data assets, and open data standards, and how do we enhance the monitoring and evaluation mechanism? How do we ensure compliance within those guidelines? Subtopic 2, if I go next, is really looking at addressing the data infrastructure and digital technologies to create public sector services and promote data sharing. This chart shows the comparison between Malaysia and Korean system. We are relatively small, smaller compared to Indonesia. We have 32 million population. Our score on Global Data Barometer is we ranked 39th out of 109, while Korea ranked 5th out of 109. And I think this study is really looking, is very useful for us to really looking and compare what can we learn and adopt to strengthen Malaysia open data infrastructure today. The primary key difference, if you can see on our right, is that in Korea, the government actually partners with businesses and citizens, provide public data, sharing of expertise of business on data processing, and co-create innovation. And it was really wonderful and fantastic to see that. In Malaysia, we are still, and the expectation are still, the government are doing the sharing of data. So some of the recommendation that we're looking at, if you go next, is how can we increase public-private partnerships? How do we encourage private sector citizens to participate? How can we emulate or maybe take some of the programs that Korea has and maybe we can emulate it in Malaysia to really increase that collaboration between the private sector, the public sector, and the citizens. We are also looking at how do we increase resourcing and talent development. We need to create more data scientists, data analytics, and that has to be pervasive across all the sectors in Malaysia. Lastly, number 3, the final subtopic, if I can go next, is really looking at how do we address the use of impact of open data. Having data available or having the right rules of governing data will not make any sense if the country lacks the capability to create, manage, and use data effectively. So capabilities are involved on having opportunity to do something of a value and relate to the issues of access, skills, infrastructure. Next. So in Malaysia, I think the most, I'm sure that in Indonesia also has, we have COVID Now. It's actually the official Malaysia government website for data insight in COVID-19. It has all the data have been updated, available. We also have similar, we have My Sejahtera, really looking at facilitating contact tracing effort, and we are now exploring how we can leverage on the data sets that we have captured to provide more data insight to create policies in the future. Next, and the recommendation, really as mentioned, we really want to foster more public and private partnership. We see it as a key nurture to grow an open data ecosystem, and the government do play a very, very important role to establish guidelines, improve high quality and provide high quality data, and really promote the innovation, the use of data. With this, on behalf of My Digital and Malaysia, I would like to express my utmost appreciation and gratitude to the Korean government, in particular to KDI, for all the support and sharing of experience and knowledge on this. The experience that the team went through were tremendous, and we hope that we can take some learnings back in our effort to realize our My Digital aspiration. We look forward to explore other areas in collaboration with KDI and KSP program in the future. Thank you, terima kasih, and kamsahamnida.
Thank you, Ibu Nor Haili, for sharing digital transformation and digital governance in Malaysia. And next, I'd like to invite Mr. Lam Hung Son from the Mekong River Commission.
Excellency, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, I'd like to allow me to express my deeply thanks to organizer for inviting me on behalf of Mekong River Commission to be here for the important seminar. And with this one, we could share the experience and let's learn from the past And more than that, we will gather together and looking for the come up next step on the KSP. Yeah. Sorry, something is. I think it's not smoothly. Okay. Yeah, you may know that the Mekong River Commission that we see the flood and drought management for the entire of the lower Mekong Basin. Yeah, we have, you also know that the MRC is inter-government organization, that we have a headquarters in Vientiane, and also the regional flood and drought management center based in Phnom Penh, where it's location close with the affected area for flood of the Cambodia floodplain and the Mekong Delta of Vietnam. So the regional flood and drought management center to forecast the flood and major point in the Mekong river basin only, but the accuracy of the forecasting insufficient. So we have three important tools. The first is the river flood forecast and during flood season, and river monitoring in the dry season, and provide flood guidance to the member country. Also the drought forecast and monitoring. So we happy that in the past the KSP with the MRC was first launched in 2017 on the basin-wide strategy for sustainable hydropower development. And recent year, 2021, KSP project entitled flood and drought management and communication propose a flood prediction technology using the AI and the big data to improve the effective and accuracy of flood and drought forecasting in the Mekong River Basin, and prepare a flood information sharing plan to our member country. So Korea flood and drought management strategy experiences are expected to be a root example for the establishment of the integrated flood and drought management strategy to the MRC and its member country. We completed 4 topics, and I would like to show that one here. You may see the topic 1, the for strategy. Yeah. The KDI support to review of Korean and Cambodia, Laos, Thailand, Vietnam experiences for integrated flood and drought management strategy. And the topic 2 for the technology. So approach and methodology for the flood forecasting and warning using AI and big data, were the review and provide the recommendation to our member country. Topic 3 for the system. We focus on the communication, product, and the channels for the MRC for improved flood and drought communication and warning by the big data. The last is topic 4 on the policy. The provide suggestion for the integrated flood and drought management strategy for the Mekong. So for the system of the MRC, we expected to improve our flood forecast warning technology and for strategies on the integrated flood and drought management strategy. Yes, the outcome of that project by topic in here, chat quickly because the time is, I think, low, and you have the presentation in hand, so that chat quickly that we not only sharing receive the sharing from the knowledge, also the review of the each topic, and provide advice on that one. Yeah, so that all this one we share with the MRC member country. And you may see that for regional, we just provide support to member country, while the application, this one is the member country itself. So that it's very important that the KDI in the past work with our member country for this lesson learned as well. The best framework for big data and AI-based flat forecasting and communication. We may see that all the framework are the same, but the technical level of technical and infrastructure, the equipment is different. That the thing that the emphasis on the current status of our system. And for the data sharing and management, yeah, it's the same. We have a database, we have a system. However, the quality of data, the number of stations, the technical of the station are limited in our region. So that's why we recognize the suggestion and lesson learned from Korea. It's quite good for us for the future work. I think something. For implementation plan for big data and AI-based flat forecasting and warning system. So suggestion from Korea to our the MRC is installation of the economical IoT equipment goggles. That's on the first step, and establishment of the MRC big data center. For the second step, from that one, it no can bring retain the flat forecasting services. Yeah, for this one, we see that very useful. However, the new technique, new station could be applied in the member country. It's quite expensive with their current status. That's one thing that we could see. Oh, sorry. Okay. We may see the impact from KSP to our Macron. We could see that the suggestion recommendation like experience in Korea as well for the integrated flood and drought management strategy in the lower Mekong Basin bring better understand to our MRC and member countries. The proposed approach and methodology for flood forecasting and warning using AI and big data seems not easy for the application in our region currently. Even though it is very good example, suggestion and recommendation, as I just mentioned, it requires high investment in both the hard and software like OIT, sensor and AI technology. So that from the MRC, the regional, we could not find the budget for that one. So that very much depends on the member country themselves to find the source, budget source for that equipment. The comparison of the flood forecasting system in the MRC and its national center and Korea shows the level of its binding system of the MRC rank it between like from the MRC rank from very poor to good, while from the Korea system from good to very good. So it's quite far and request the MRC to find the huge budget source for the building the system and support the member country up to higher level. That's our recognition from that. Yeah, so the good experiences, suggestion, recommendation were provided to the MRC, bringing the lesson learned knowledge from Korea, different country for the MRC. And each member country setting up the coming direction for better system, for sure. This one we recognize as one. And both more investment of the database system, hardware, software are required with high technique like the construction of the IoT-based AI disaster responsive platform as well. I think that the MRC couldn't find the huge budget source supporting member country. As I mentioned, fundraising could meet the minimum requirement for the MRC currently. However, we try our best and hope that we can also receive support from the other organizations to support the member country. And recent decentralization process is applied for the MRC and member country. Third, the investment for the system should be mostly taken from the member countries themselves. And the MRC, of course, will provide additional support as software, hardware, technical advice to the member country. The realistic case from Korea and different country will be the kickstart force to the MRC member country for the safe suggestion and application. We still consider that very important, suggestion and application to the member country. For future cooperation, KSP have successful and says we can regard that on phase one. For review the set related status, provide suggestion and recommendation with limited training capacity building. Third, we're looking for the phase two for continuing support the chain. The high technique with low cost of the equipment tool can be advised, provides the support to our member country. And expected more training, capacity building, technical advice, and visit exchange as our suggestion. That's the from our cooperation in the past and some suggestion. And I would like to take this opportunity also to share the few update information on the MRC regional flood and drought management, flood and drought monitoring, forecasting, result to our stakeholder. Okay, so we recently improving our forecasting front page of the MRC website. If you look at the website, you can see our information in here that focus on the current status, and then so the river forecasting result for coming 5 days, and also flood guidance, the drought forecast and the rainfall. So this one it may provide a better information to our stakeholder, the vast amount of data information about the Mekong River timelines, and easily to the public for understanding, and continue to make the forecasting work more advanced, including the longer forecasting period. And therefore, the MRC and member country are looking for the KSP phase 2 with more support in the detail and useful for our region. Thank you very much for the listen. Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Lam. And ladies and gentlemen, each of the presenter or panel speaker have shared to all of us the importance of digitalization and digital use in their respective area of service and country. And now, within the next 20 minutes, we will learn inputs and comments from our discussions. There are 3 discussions, and the first one will join us through online platform. I'd like to invite Professor Ju Hyun Lee from Jeongbu University. The time is yours, Professor Lee.
four different presentations. And let me make a comment on the last talk regarding the MRC issues. As we know, the MRC play a key role in flood and drought monitoring and forecasting, and data and information sharing for MRC member countries, as well as aiding people's safety against the natural disasters. Since the major flood of 1996, the MRC has been monitoring hydrologic conditions such as rainfall and water levels in the lower Mekong River Basin to provide the forecasting and warning services for flood conditions in the region. These services are one of the MRC's 5 core river basin management functions. As stated by Mr. Som Man Hong, the last presenter, the Mekong River Commission has a regional flood and drought management center to forecast the flood at the major point in the Mekong Basin, but the accuracy, number of forecasting stations, as well as data sharing process with member countries should be improved a little more. Also, the existing forecasting system has difficulties in not fully share forecasted results with member countries, and it does not cover the entire basin, including major tributaries of the Mekong River. In that sense, Mr. Som Man Hong's presentation is a knowledge sharing program carried out in cooperation with MRC and KDI, and it seems that appropriate topics for MRC were selected, and meaningful results was obtained throughout the one-year collaboration between the KDI, MRC, and CLTD countries. Well, my first comment is I hope that the newly proposed artificial intelligence and social big data-based flood forecasting system should be used as supplementary means to make up for existing system, rather than to replace the previously developed hydrological forecasting system, because it is not perfect one anymore. And second comment related to integrated flood and drought management. The MRC is an intergovernmental organization where the interests of the upstream and downstream countries in flood and drought management are very complex. In addition, since each country's technological level and economic situation are quite different, so it is necessary to fully understand the flood and drought forecasting and warning system developed in all member countries to seek the development direction of the MRC's integrated management system linked with each country's individual forecasting system. As the third comment I have is that knowledge sharing related to disaster management cannot be satisfied as one-time project and one-year project. And it is necessary to maintain continuous cooperative relationship so that the MRC's comprehensive disaster forecasting and warning system can be established through active and large-scale financial investment in the future, as stated by Mr. Som Man Hong. Lastly, I expect that the cooperation between KDI and MRC, which started with the flood and drought management, will continue and develop into an important technical and economic partnership. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Lee, for your concise comment. And then I'd like to invite Mr. Chahyun Ko, Executive Director of Department of Industry and Market Policy of KDI. Time is yours, Mr. Ko.
As a principal investigator, I'm working on the digital transformation of public services in Malaysia.
Thank you, Mr. Ko. And then let us invite Professor Sang-Hyo Ryu from Yonsei University. Professor Ryu, time is yours.
Good morning and good afternoon. Thank you very much for having me today. Well, when I was invited to this seminar, I was thinking about a small group of people sitting together and talking, but it seems very grand. So I was a little bit embarrassed. I really am really happy to be part of this seminar. And I'd like to give some comments about the presentation by Director Julia. I had a very good chance to take part in two projects as Director introduced. One is done in 2018-2019, and the other one was just finished 2021-22. In both projects, I had a chance to introduce Korean e-audit system called Chongdae system adopted in most of the local government in Korea. And when I was introducing this system, one thing that I wasn't sure about was the system and the institutional system of Indonesia. So at first we were confused about the difference between BPKP and BPK. So there are two different audit structure authority in Indonesia. One is internal auditor, the other one is more constitutional auditor. But while we are getting know each other, we had a very good chance to share both knowledge from Indonesia and Korea. It is no doubt that Korea has a more advanced IT and IT-based administrative system. So I was very happy to introduce Korean IT-based e-audit system to Indonesia. But as Director introduced, IT itself is not good enough. So the level of e-government of Korea is highly ranked. But as Director introduced, the rank of corruption of Korea is at 32. So the country at 32 provides some advice to the country at 102nd. So this is not right, considering that Korea has #1 e-government system. So that being said, what we need to do for the next step is not only we need to share our experience about e-government, but we need to share our knowledge about attitude and organizational culture. In order to implement e-government more successfully and to achieve the designated from any future potential problem. So auditors should be a friend and the consultant for all public officials. But general officials have a different images on auditors. So in one side, e-government system that protect and alert any wrongdoing should be done. But at the same time, on the other side, attitude, culture, and the images of auditors should be improved. And that should be the next step that Korea and Indonesia, for instance, should share for the next project. That's for my comment, and that's for your attention.
Thank you, Professor Ryu, for your comment. You not only point out not only the importance of the use of digital, but also enabling environment, enabling policy, enabling culture for digital transformation. So, ladies and gentlemen, actually we have 15 and then until 20 minutes for Q&A session. But first thing first, I'd like to invite the speakers. If you have any comment to the input from the panelists, I give you the. Okay, silakan Bapak.
All right, thank you very much. Maybe for the closing remark. Finally, we thank you very much for the KDI, and we hope we will get the next cooperation to do what Prof. Sang-Yup Ryu said, mentioned before. We will talk more about digitalized audit and more about how to enhance the role of internal auditor. Thank you very much.
First of all, I would like to thank all panelists, panel member for the finding and very good suggestion. I very appreciate the comment from Professor Zhu Hong Lee for the Mekong River Commission. We see that what the KDI provides support in the past very useful. Even I mentioned that the MRC dealing with the very difficulties on the fund and for support the member country. However, we try that way. That no way we have to apply the new technique for that one. The station of the Mekong River Commission and member country currently very few, and the new one and the high technique should be applied, maybe step by step. But we have to go direct with what KDI provides subject to it, and we looking for the next step and for the further cooperation. Cannot say that currently the MRC have nothing on that one. We have some application on the new technique already, but very fragmented on the application. So that's why we looking for the new phrase of new corporate and support from KDI and from Korea government in general. Thank you.
Thank you. Look forward to have the KDI team to be in Kuala Lumpur in October for us to finalize the report. That's all.
So we have 10 minutes, maybe one or two questions from audience. You may address question to the speaker or to the panelists in Seoul. Is there any question? Oh, please, one more, if any. Okay. Okay, if not, please, Bapak.
Thank you. My name is Adistiawan. I'm from Ministry of Finance. I have a light question about the importance of the use on the IT system to support the anti-corruption. As mentioned before, in Korea, it's quite good on how the e-government supporting the audit body on how to detect the abnormalities within the system. How in Korea precisely the e-government provide data and early warning to support detection on the potential of the corruption? Maybe our professor from Korea can add more information. Thank you very much.
Maybe Professor Ryu would like to respond to the question.
Well, long story short, previously people manually check different documents and find any wrongdoing or errors or anomaly. But because of the limitation of human being and their perception and detection, not all wrongdoing could be detected. Or even if wrongdoing was detected, depending on the auditor, some or the test. We are dealing with four different data and integrating all different data and cross-check one another. By cross-checking one another, we find any mislinking, and by finding those mislinking, which was previously manually done, we can alert officials. For instance, because there are so many different data, not all wrongdoing are detected. So this fundamental system runs based on around 100 scenarios, which is frequently offered in daily operation. So for instance, a person is dead. So we go to this local district to report their demise. But that report is only stored by the local district, and the tax office does not have the data. So somehow the tax office imposes taxes, property taxes, or property taxes to those who already deceased. This is not corruption, but this is wrongdoing or administrative error. Now, the data of the birth certificate or the ID cross-check with the tax data, and preemptively detect whether tax operation has been wrongfully done. So once it's detected, it alerts the tax officers not to impose the property tax. This is one scenario that the surveillance system runs. So there are different types of scenarios that detect corruption, detect administrative errors, and so on. So that's how e-government can help lawyers in doing their job easy. I hope this helps your listening.
One more question.
Thank you, Pak. Introduce me, please. I'm Dadang Kurnia from BPKP, and I'm part of the project from 2018-2019. So I want to comment for Professor Sang Ryu that we are talking about the Chambek A, that you're talking about there should be like a prerequisition about the culture and integrated system. So I think we are talking about the hardware and the software, right? For the hardware integration of the system, all systems should be integrated. It's like, well, physically integrated. But when we are talking about the culture, so how do the Korean deal with this culture, the soft things, right? That's my question. Thank you. Thank you, Professor Ryu. How are you today?
Please.
Hi, thank you. That's a really difficult question. Actually, I don't have an answer. That's why I'm saying we need to share our knowledge together for the next step. In fact, changing the culture and attitude is the most difficult thing. One thing that the Korean government is doing is to the country developing innovative organization
Thank you, Professor Rio. Ladies and gentlemen, now we are coming to lunch time. And without any ado, I'd like to invite all of you to have lunch together. But before that, again, I'd like to say high appreciation to speakers. Please give big applause to them, and also to the panelists who join us, discussion to join us through online platform. Again, thank you so much, and Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam. Thank you very much to all the panelists who are connecting with us through online. And also thank you for all the speakers and the moderators, Mr. Kurniawan Aryadi, for bringing us to a very productive session this morning. So, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, before we continue to the afternoon session, we will take a break to enjoy the lunch that have been served in the foyer area. You are allowed to leave the room, and we will start our afternoon session at 1:30 p.m. with Professor Ki Chan Kim, Mr. Hyun Kook Kim, Dr. Kyung Do Kwon, and Dr. Bobby Nazif as our presenters, followed by panel discussion with Mr. Sang Wook Nam and Mr. Do Kyu Bok. And the second seminar session will be moderated by Professor Uyong Son. Thank you very much.
Check, check, check. Check, check, check. Check, check. Check, check. Check, check. Check, 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 check. Check.
5 minutes. Next session will begin in 5 minutes. Please return to your seat. Thank you. All right, ladies and gentlemen, the next session will begin shortly or very soon. So please kindly return to your seat. And please be informed to all the participants who haven't registered yet. You can do the registration after the event. Kepada Bapak Ibu yang belum melakukan registrasi untuk seminar, Anda bisa melakukan registrasi setelah acara selesai. Terima kasih. Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, welcome once again to the 2022 Knowledge Sharing Program Regional Seminar in Asia. Thank you for returning to your seat, and also we would like to greet the participant who is joined on Zoom on time. And it is very nice to see all of you once again, and we hope you have been enjoying yourself at this seminar so far. We are very honored to have you with us here on this afternoon. And right now, I would like to invite the moderators, presenters, and panels for session 2. Please come to the stage. I would like to invite Professor Ki-chan Kim, Mr. Hyun Kook Kim, Dr. Kyung Do Kwon, Dr. Bobby Nazif, and also our panel discussion, Mr. Sang-wook Nam and Mr. Dok Kyu Bok. All right, we are now going to continue our afternoon session with the topic KSP proposal, Pathways for Future Collaboration, which will be moderated by our moderator, Professor Woo Yong-sun. He is the Visiting Senior Fellow, Center for International Development, Korea Development Institute.
Fellow in the CID KDI. This morning we had 4 presentations. One is done by the CID Executive Director. He shows the role of knowledge sharing program for the post-pandemic crisis. And then there are 3 KSP project experiences. One is about enhancing audit system in Indonesia through ICT. And then the other one is the building a digital government in Malaysia. And the last one is the flood and drought management and communication in the Mekong River Commission. And this afternoon, we will have 4 presentations. How can we make a progress for the KSP in the future? So we will we will have find some pathways for future cooperation between the CID KDI and other partnership countries. First presentation will be done by the Ki-chan Kim. He's the professor of Catholic University. The topic is Asia's challenge after pandemic and lessons from Korea.
안녕하세요. My name is Ki-chan Kim. Actually, I am the visiting professor of President University near to Jakarta. Now is the time to share Korean experience with the Asian country. So what is the most strength of Korean economy? This is the digital experience. So now I'd like to propose this crisis with the Korean digital experience. So let me start with the, okay, just a moment. Okay, then here. Actually, we are talking about the Korean experience. So then maybe some of you know about Korean fighting, right? Or Korean 언니, oppa, you know? While I am teaching the Indonesian student at the university, most students know about 언니, oppa fighting, 빨리. So then I am asking you, then how many times do you fight a day? So in Korean context, fighting means not killing, not hitting. Then fighting is about encouraging the others, encouraging others. So then then who are they? Who are they? So they are grandfather of BTS, you know. So 60 years ago, Korea was nothing yet. The GDP per capita is only less than 100. So the reason why Korean became from nothing to something with the entrepreneurial spirit. So I'd like to share about the Korean entrepreneurial spirit, which is a fighting spirit. Fighting means not killing, not hitting, so inspiring, encouraging, so sharing, empowering. So then when you think of Korea, what comes to your mind? So some of you know Oppa Unni. So this is came from Oxford, the English dictionary. So what is Oppa? What is Unni? Particularly, what is fighting? Fighting means to encourage someone go ahead the job. So the KSP means the encouraging others, encouraging other country, and then, for example, this is a crisis, right? So everybody is saying crisis, crisis, crisis. But if you call crisis as a threat, you are professional. But if you call crisis as opportunity, then you are entrepreneur. So then the crisis cannot be solved alone. We need to recover together. We need to recover stronger. So then the stagflation signal. So you know the speaker mentioned about the stagflation signal, time to change. So, but the expert worry. So, but entrepreneur wanted to find the new solution. This is a digital solution, I think. So then I am going to propose the 5 things about global supply chain. From analog supply chain to digital supply chain. And actually the global supply chain should include not only trade, marketability, but also technology or talent. So 3T, trade, technology, talent. But until now, we have focused too much about only trade. So then I am asking the Asian country to extend to from production-based, trade-based supply chain to technology or R&D or talent-based supply chain. So, and another new supply chain from old supply chain to new supply chain. Old supply is more focused on global supply chain, including China and the United States. But the new supply chain is the Asian-based, block-based supply chain. So then in Asia, you can collaborate more without the hegemony war over China and the United States. So then we are now transitioning to digitalization. So then now we need to entrepreneurial approach. So from the traditional approach to new approach. New approach means with the digitalization. So crisis cannot be solved alone. So we have to solve everything together. For example, if you go alone and wanted to survive alone, you can go faster, but you cannot go further. But if you go together and recover together, you can go further. So then in order to get the mind, so we have to touch heart. Yeah. So then we are talking about knowledge, intellectual the idea, but from just the intellectual, from knowledge to heart and the mind. So again, in order to get mind, we have to touch heart. From only high tech to high touch. So this is my solution here. So number one, from all the global value chain to new global value chain with the 3T. 3T, number one, trade, number two, technology, number three, talent. So from production-oriented global chain to global value chain, including R&D and the human development. From global value chain, including United States and China, to global value chain within the Asian bloc. From analog SCM to digital SCM. Why? So after the pandemic, the investment to increase demand must expand to create momentum for future economic recovery. So I am proposing like the New Deal policy and the Hoover them, but not Hoover them, but data them in the digital age. So from global value chain, including US, China, to global value chain within the Asian bloc, means instead of reshoring, GVC, created by US, China competition for hegemony investment in Asian bloc and the supply chain in the Asian bloc should be increased. So that because of the crisis, many companies are suffering about insufficient supply of part. But the insufficient part of supply of part means not only the insufficient supply, but also mismatch problem. So in order to solve mismatch problem, we need to apply the digital supply chain management that minimize the mismatch between supply and the demand. So number four, the GVC in Asia, other than high-tech product, will expand it. So we worry about U.S.-China economic war, but regarding U.S.-China economic war, that constraint GVC will only be limited to high-tech product. So other commodity, parallel, the commodity industry is okay. So finally, so expansion of global value chain in Asia should be from production-oriented global value chain to global value chain with the technology, R&D, human resource development. I think my presentation is only 15 minutes, that discussion. If you have any question, then I will discuss more next time. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Kim. He explained the meanings of the Oppa only, fighting and so on, and then He says the pandemic crisis might be talent and technology is important, and then particularly the digital transformation. The next presentation will be done by the Mr. Hyun-Kuk Kim. He's the financial attaché, mission of the Korea to ASEAN. The title is the Digital Finance Policy in Korea and Connection with KSP with Asian Countries. The floor is yours, Mr. Kim.
Selamat siang. Good afternoon. Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Hyun-Kuk Kim. It is a great honor to give my presentation to you all. And also, I'm very happy to meet you all. I'm currently working at the mission of ROK to ASEAN as a financial attaché. And I have almost 20 years experiences of planning and building national payment and settlement system in South Korea. Hopefully, it'll be a good opportunity to develop a cooperation project in between ASEAN country and South Korea. Today, I'm going to talk about Korea digital financial policy and its achievement in Korea. And then I will look at some cooperation opportunities in the financial sector with ASEAN countries. Also, I'd like to present ASEAN ROK Financial Cooperation Center, which was officially launched last April this year. K Digital Financial Policy. Needless to say, the world is being digitalized in various sectors. Absolutely, digital transformation is happening in the financial world, and it's being accelerated these days. I think simply there are three things behind it. First, there is a sharply increasing number of mobile phone users in the last decade. As of 2021, around 3/4 of the world's population is carrying their own mobile phones. And it may allow people to get access to the internet conveniently. Second, there is ongoing IT technology advancement, such as mobile, cloud, IoT, artificial intelligence, machine learning, augmented reality, and so forth. They have been bringing innovative business models into our society. Lastly, the pandemic, the COVID-19. COVID-19 made people stay at home longer. It makes online transactions accelerated. So now let me share the global trends in digital finance transformation under such circumstances. First, almost all developed countries actively released measures for driving digital transformation in the financial sector. For example, EU revised the Payment Service Directive 2, in short PSD2, to regulate financial institutions to open their services to third-party providers in January 2018. The goals for PSD2 are contributing to a more integrated and efficient European payment market, leveraging the playground for payment service providers, including newcomers, and protecting consumers, etc. Plus, EU announced General Data Protection Regulations, called the GDPR, which addresses right to information, right of access, right to data portability, and so forth. UK announced open banking to build a fair financial market by opening banking service to the third parties. They even made 9 major banks join mandatorily. On the other hand, in some countries, the lack of financial infrastructure has become a catalyst for the growth of the fintech industry. For example, here in Indonesia, OVO and Gojek have been becoming essential financial services in their daily life. Second, we can see partnership building between existing financial institutions and fintech startups, since they can make up for each other with innovation, money, and customer. Third, GAFA in US and BETH in China are actively entering the financial industry. Lastly, the importance of data use becomes growing in digital finance services. K digital financial policy. The Korean government has announced the continuously measures for accelerating digital transformation in the financial sector up to now. Here are the 4 symbolic policies so far. First, introducing financial regulatory sandbox. The government enacted a special law called Special Act on Financial Innovation Support to promote innovative financial services and improve regulation and systems in line with the digital financial environment. With these measures, new entrants, especially fintech startups, can be entered with just innovative ideas. Second, fostering fintech startups and promoting digital transformation in the financial sector. The government established the Fintech Support Center in August 2018 in order to provide fintech startups with practical assistance, such as consulting, education, IT infrastructures, business matching, etc. Plus, fintech investment guideline helped the promotion for partnership between financial institution and fintech startups. Third, building open banking systems are introducing My Data. As a practical implementation method for digital financial policy, open banking system is to open the payment network of the financial sectors to financial companies, to fintech companies. There are distinctive characteristics of K open banking from other countries. First, it is centralized and shared system interconnecting all participants. Second, it is open to every player in the market, from financial institutions to the fintech industry. Third, it enables services with a low cost and reduce the time to market. First, it is single system supporting both data inquiry and fund transfer. And My Data is to promote the use of the data, such as various financial transactions record, under the customer's agreement. We expect that it will make financial services more innovative and digitalized as Korean GDPR. Fourth, strengthening financial service security and stability. As growing online financial transactions, the government has been enhancing financial industry and stability, conducting in-depth oversight of financial security, and improving the related legal framework for digital payment transactions and financial security governance. Now let's take a look at the achievement of the measure for K digital financial policy. The financial regulatory sandbox drives the emergence of innovative financial services and improve the financial regulations. 72 out of the 135 cases which are approved as the sandbox programs were actually commercialized, providing new and innovative financial services that did not appear in the past. Fostering the fintech industry. Digital financial policies have grown the fintech industry in way of quantitative and qualitative. And fintech firms have become the main players in the digital transformation of the financial sector. As of 2020, the number of fintech firms was 600, which is a 5 times increase compared to 2014. The majority of the fintech firms were payment and remittance, private asset management, and P2P lending. And let me share a recent survey regarding fintech utilization in South Korea, where almost all young generation, the 20s to 30s, are currently using fintech-provided services, and they are highly satisfied with the experiences. Full-scale operation of open banking systems. As of 2022, 119 entities are participating to open banking systems, and the numbers keeps growing. In particular, older commercial banks, saving banks, security firms, and credit card companies in a total of 51 institutions are joined at the systems. And 70 fintech firms are joined. The net subscribers are 32 million, which can cover almost all economical active population in South Korea. And the volume of API utilization is 30 million a day. The government is planning to extend open banking into open finance in near futures, including more financial institutions and more financial transactions. Cooperation opportunities. Now, I would like to introduce a part of ASEAN Vision 2025 in this slide. That is because we may aware of what kind of cooperation ASEAN countries need in the financial sector. ASEAN Economic Community states that financial inclusion plays a key role in achieving Vision 2025 in ASEAN. Financial inclusion means people can get access to various financial services like bill payment, remittance, savings, and so forth. Moreover, ASEAN community mentions that the target for ASEAN financial inclusions. First, ensuring that the financial sector is inclusive and stable. Second, enhancing the financial ecosystem in the region to benefit MSMEs. Third, expanding the scope of financial access and literacy. Fourth, intensifying implementation of financial education programs and consumer protection mechanism. Fifth, promoting the expansion of distribution channels which improve access to the reduced cost of financial services. As you look at these slides, they have very concrete plans and targets for advancing financial inclusion in ASEAN. Now, we'll look at the financial inclusion versus digital financial services. The World Bank Group states that the information technology lead to new digital financial services which are cheap, fast, secure, and transparent, so that digital financial services make people get access to financial services more easily. Consequently, financial inclusion could be achieved by digital financial services resourcefully. It's quite easy to understand if you imagine a scene where people use a mobile banking app or e-money app. Although there are no physical banking bank branches, people can get access to financial services through their mobile phones. However, It is not easy to establish the ecosystem for digital financial services, as much as you imagine the scene. There are things to be carefully considered, like related legal framework, enabling financial and digital infrastructure, and government support systems. If there is a financial infrastructure covering the related legal framework and government support for digital financial services, it will be the sustainable solution for achieving financial inclusion. Open banking systems. So, as expected, I would like to recommend the K-Digital Financial Infrastructure Open Banking Systems as a new cooperation agenda with ASEAN countries. That is because all the efforts and experiences from the challenges and the risk for digital financial services were melting into K-Open Banking System. It can cover cybersecurity and operational risk, financial integrity, fair competition, etc. And it provides rules and procedures, IT systems, standards, eKYC, and security matters. K-Open banking systems also embrace the experience of small and medium-sized fintech firms, big tech firms, and existing financial institutions. Moreover, as a single shared platform, all participants can get access to any entities with a single connection to K-Open banking system. Now, I would like to present ASEAN ROK Financial Cooperation Center. That is because it will be helpful for people who is looking for a reliable cooperation partners in the financial sector from Korea side. The plan for center establishment was announced at the ASEAN-Korea Summit in 2019. After some preparation time, the center was finally launched in April 2022 in beautiful city of Jakarta. The center aims for mutually beneficial financial cooperation between ASEAN countries and ROK. Especially, the center will support the financial development of ASEAN member states through capacity building, policy development, and financial infrastructure. The center is filled up with the various financial experts and government officers, which is a Financial Service Commission, Ministry of Economy and Finance Ministry, Economy and Finance, Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Korea Financial Telecommunications and Clearing Institute, Korea Security Depository, Korea Deposit Insurance Corporation, Korea Credit Guarantee Fund, and Korea SMEs and Startup Agency. Also, the center works with bilateral embassies in the ASEAN region to target all ASEAN member states. Thank you. Terima kasih.
Thank you, Mr. Kim. He explained the digital transformation, particularly with the financial system, mostly what's happening around the world as far as the financial system is concerned, and then he explained the Korean financial system. First of all, the deregulation is about the regulatory sandbox and fintech startups, open banking system, and security. And finally, he suggests to establish the new ASEAN-Korea Financial Cooperation Center, which can support the financial development in ASEAN. And the third presentation will be made by Dr. Kyung-Deok Kwon. The title is the Dr. Kwon, your floor.
Thank you very much, Chairman. Assalamualaikum. I'm very good. Nice to meet you. Honorable Mr. Son Eun-gi, Director General, Minister of Economic Finance, and ladies and gentlemen, my name is Kwon Kyung-deok, Director of Policy Consultation Division at KDI, is responsible for operating KSP project, and also project manager with Indonesia. Our counterpart was BPKP, and project manager upcoming project KSP with MRC for 22-23. Before my presentation, I would like to take this opportunity to express my sincere gratitude to BAPENA to strong support for this important seminar for this year. Thank you very much. I'm going to tell you KSP application procedure and project proposal. In the morning session, I listened a news from BPKP colleague. They are going to submit project for the 24-25. I understand why BPKP provide this wonderful batik for me. I think I have to project manager for BPKP project if it is selected. Okay, thank you very much for your strong support. My presentation divided into 3 parts. First, introduction of KSP. Second, KSP application procedure. The last one is first track of KSP, but time constraints, I would like to focus on introduction of KSP and KSP application procedure. What is KSP? The KSP is a knowledge-intensive development cooperation program for seeks to offer customized consultation on partner countries. And someone said, platform for developing cooperation. Anyhow, KSP aims to sharing Korea's know-how. What kind of know-how? Korea successfully transformed from developed countries to developing countries to developed countries. I mean, recipient country to donor provider. This Korea's experience, very, very important asset for developing countries to help development for sustainable economic growth. In this context, Korean government, Minister of Economic Finance, launched KSP, Knowledge Sharing Program, 2004. 2 years later, it's going to be 20th anniversary. Very, very long historical project to reflecting a rising demand, rising demand from the developing our partner countries. Provide policy consultation to help economic growth of partner countries. For the first 10 years, KDI is the only institute to conduct case project. From the 2014, implementing agencies is 3 pillars: KDI, Korea Exim Bank, which is a loan provider, and the KOTRA is a trade promotion agency. This slide tells you submission and approval. Submission is a process in local, and approval is a process in Korea. From the last summer, the Ministry of Economic Finance started collecting demand from our partner countries, and our coordinating ministry, like BAPENAS, Ministry of investment planning in Vietnam. It's called the coordinating ministry. It's circulates our demand survey form and collecting demand for next project with us. Its due date for this year is November 4. After submit your demand, Korean embassy will send it to Korean government Minister of Economic Finance. After that, to incorporate your demand to realize project with us, it's gonna be takes 2 years for the feasibility study and then expert review and then review by CIDC. CIDC means Committee for International Development Cooperation, and the project planning and the project launching. So if you send us, if you submit your demand to Korean government, it's gonna be started 2020, 24 and 25. Fast track is very, very rare cases. If like COVID-19 is the emergent cases, urgent cases to share Korea's know-how. So if, I'd like to skip these cases. This is the appendix. You can directly access to internet website kspgo.kr. So you can click the join KSP. You can download the form. Outside of our staff provide the demand survey form and the KSP brochure. You can download it and then fill the blanks. The first page is priority list, project title, and this is your current situation. You are able to describe, and then you can click. You'll be categorized as 18 sectors. You can click. This is a subtopics for the grand topic, and then you can describe for subtopics if you want. For your understanding, KDI provides video clips for your understanding. After my presentation, we will show you the video clips. Is it okay? Okay.
The world is becoming more complex, and various new issues emerge every day. Countries around the world are seeking to find solutions to overcome adversities and advance their societies. What can they do to find the right help? Here is a program comprised of experiences and experts, which can help them find the right solution. Have you heard of the KSP, Knowledge Sharing Program? As a government-to-government cooperation program, KSP shares Korea's development experiences and knowledge to help the countries prepare appropriate and feasible policy measures. Based on knowledge, KSP diagnoses problems, find solutions, and prepare implementations. For example, various implementation measures can be executed on government level, such as legislation, budgeting, public investments, restructuring, and technology support, and on private sector level measures, such as technology transfer, investments, business opportunities, and human resource development are executed. In order to effectively execute the solution, we provide policy research to develop solutions, capacity building for policy practitioners, and high-level dialogues as a package. Since 2004, KSP has been working with 89 nations around the world and has made great strides with these partners. If so, how was it possible for KSP to work with so many countries over such a long time? Rather than creating a one-time solution, KSP contributes to sustainable development of the partner country and promotes economic cooperation between Korea and the partner country. Through KSP, the partner countries are able to convert the problems as stepping stones and further develop to make progress. But take a note, KSP does not seek to unilaterally transfer Korea's experience in the partner countries. Every country is different. Each country has its unique socio-political context and challenges, and the global environment has been changing rapidly. Thus, rather than just replicating Korea's experience, together with the partner country, we try to find pragmatic solutions through mutual learning upon both successful and failed development cases of Korea.
How is KSP conducted?
KSP is comprised of two collaboration programs: bilateral consultation and joint consulting with international organizations. The bilateral consultation involves a research team from Korea and officials from the partner country. For joint consulting, we additionally invite an international organization. Yet the two have the same project procedure. The officials from the partner country and the Korean research team form a KSP team. After the submission of the project proposal, the KSP team checks whether the needs and the conditions of the projects are still valid. Then the team specifies policy challenges to tackle and adjusts the work scope for the project. Afterwards, the team holds a launching seminar to officially launch the project, then conducts investigation to establish a clear and detailed understanding of the situation. Through high-level meeting, the team then introduces the project and confirms the policy priorities with the high-level decision makers. Afterwards, the team recruits local experts to better investigate related issues. However, there is more that needs to be done to fully understand the policy environment and challenges of the partner country. Therefore, the Korean research team visits the partner country and conducts a seminar. Both parties share investigation data and discuss the direction of consultation and the items that require improvements. Based on what is discussed during the seminar, both parties now conduct an in-depth study of the local conditions. The officials from the partner country visit Korea to attend the interim reporting. Here, they share their opinions on the research in progress and discuss the program's direction with the Korean team. They also visit sites such as public institutions and private corporations in Korea to gain first-hand experience in related fields. Lastly, final reporting is held in the partner country to share recommendations and action plan, which is the final set of output from collaboration between countries, to ensure that the policy proposal from KSP can be implemented and to strengthen cooperation with Korea. We also conduct senior policy dialogue. What can we gain from participating in KSP? The benefits include evidence-based policy solutions, capacity development of policy practitioners, and solid support from high-level decision makers. How can we apply for KSP? First, any ministry or public institution that wants to participate in KSP project must submit a project proposal. An ODA, recipient country, should submit the project proposal to its coordinating ministry, and a non-ODA, or a high-income country, should submit the project proposal and the list of project priorities to the Korean embassy. To participate in joint consulting project, the international organization must submit the project proposal to the Export-Import Bank of Korea after an initial consultation with a cooperating country. Once submitted, the project proposal is reviewed for its feasibility. At this stage, we ask for your sincere cooperation. Based on the feasibility review, the Korean Ministry of Economy and Finance finalizes the list of projects for the next year and sends an official letter. Then, the coordinating agencies of Korea will begin to communicate with the authorities of the partner country to plan the project.
How is a project selected?
Among the hundreds of project proposals from all around the world, projects with a clear purpose and utilization plan have higher chance of selection. The submitted project proposal will help us identify the problems that your country is experiencing and the apt solutions. Therefore, it is crucial to fully understand the purpose of KSP and to submit a quality proposal. How can we write a strong proposal? Let us learn more about proposal writing in the next video.
Okay. This video clip would be useful document for your understanding. As a concluding my presentation, I hope many proposals from national Asian countries to the Minister of Economic Finance to incorporate your proposal and help for your economic policy in the future. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Dr. Kwon. He explained the KSP process. First, the KSP application normal procedure, it takes about 2 years. On the other hand, there is also a fast track KSP, it takes 1 year. And then finally, we watched the short films about the KS project process. And the next presentation will be done by Dr. Babin Nazib. He just
Mr. Son from the Ministry of Economy and Finance. Ladies and gentlemen, I think it'll be difficult for the last, speaker, but I hope you can stand with me. Especially during this time after lunch, it's the most difficult time of attending a presentation. So I hope you can bear with me for a number of minutes. So I'll be dividing my presentation into 3 parts, simple. So at the beginning, I'll explain to you a little bit about the background of the project that we are doing as part of this KSP 21-22 in Ministry of Finance, Republic of Indonesia. And then I share with you the result, which is basically the recommendation that the team provide to the management of the Ministry of Finance with regard to the topic, and I will close with the wrap-up, the lessons learned and the way to go. So the topic of our project is the initial research toward enhancing Indonesia IFMIS. IFMIS stands for Integrated Financial Management Information System, or because our system is called SPAN, we call it the next generation SPAN. I just want to share with you a little bit on these things, because I just realized that my engagement with KDI in KSP is not the first time. And I recall the first time I remember that I joined this kind of seminar back in either 2011 or 2012. And that's still the same topic, which is related to SPAN. At that time, we were still developing SPAN, because it was launched in 2015. So in 2012, we are still developing, and apparently the contractor at that time was from Korea as well. It's LGCNS. So having participated in KSP, that really helped our team a lot, because at that time we were introduced, we met with a project team from Korean IFMIS, I think they call it Deep Brain, that was just launched in 2007, if I'm mistaken. So basically that gave us a real experience from something that was developed ahead of our development, but not too far ahead. So we can learn from there. So it's interesting that this time we also learn similar things, because just early this year, the Korean IFMIS just entered into the second generation, they call it the Brain Plus, and we are planning to extend our SPAN into the next generation. So I think this kind of sharing knowledge program, at least for us, we really feel the benefit, the added value to the things that we are doing. So to give you a little bit background, the SPAN was launched in 2015, so up till now, it has been operational for 7 years. And during that 7 years operation, we face the dynamics of maintaining a system like that. As you know, the public finance management changed, especially this past, 2 years, right? With the pandemic, you shift the budget allocation to different activities, and you exceed the normal budget, limitations. So you have to consult with the parliament, and you have to make an adjustment and tracking all the the budget spending, specific budget spending. And being developed using COTS technology, we face some challenges because not all the adjustment can be done easily. And the second challenge that we face is the more we use SPAN, the more we think we need to integrate with other state budget management system so that the whole system can provide a data sufficient for policy making, right? So this is sort of like the background why we think we need to have this next generation of SPAN. In addition, early this year, we also launched an application called Sakti, which is what I call a feeder application that runs on around 20,000 spending units. The function of this application is basically feeding transaction information to SPAN, right? And because the two work in tandem, another challenge we are facing is because if a policy change, then in terms of the information system, we also need to synchronize the change in these two, tandem system. So this is the background why we propose these activities, part of the KSP, and the objective is to get the lessons that the Korean government learned from doing the similar system with their D-Brain system. So this is just to give you an overview. If you look at in the middle, there's SPAN, and the circle represent the process that usually is done in the budget management, from budget preparation to budget execution, and in the end, budget reporting and audit, right? The color that represent, the yellow color represent the whole module that was done, that is done in SPAN. But some of the block there, if you notice, some of them has a mix of yellow and blue that represent some of the function is done in SPAN, some of the function done in other system. And even some of them are completely blue without yellow. That represent the function that is done by other system. So even though the whole circle represent the financial management of government budget, right? Not all of them currently is done using SPAN. It needs cooperation with other information system. And as some of you may be aware about interconnecting two or more information systems, not everything can go smoothly, right? So this is to give you an idea that one of the motivation for us to develop the next SPAN, right? Now, the way we organize the project is divided into 3 areas. One is focusing on looking at more on strategic issue, what is needed to integrate SPAN with other IFMIS system, right? So it's more on policy level kind of thing. And the second is more on technology, because we understand that Korea used a bit different approach that what we did in developing SPAN. In SPAN, we use COTS, a computer of the self. So it's a software that is ready to use without having to develop from the ground, right? Whereas Korea use different approach, develop from the ground up. So I share with you, with Mr. Son, that I think I do respect how the Korean government established relationship with the private sectors, because I understand the brain was developed using the service of LG and Samsung, and they help you. And at the same time, they also grow as an IT company. So these two different approach, locally developed and COTS, are looked into deeply in the second topic, because we want to consider about developing approach using locally developed, basically using in-house development, right? And thirdly, we want to use to look at the availability of technology to enhance the functionality of our IFMIS, right? And all of this is done using comparative study with the Korean government, the way they organize managing this IFMIS, and also the system, how the system to develop and maintain. So again, we feel that this direct interaction with the practical experts, that really helps, because it connects to the challenge that we are facing. Right? Now, the result of this project are a set of recommendations. From the first subtopic, we understand that developing an information system has to really understand the needs of the business part, right? The policy part. So the recommendation of the team is, before we embark on developing the next generation span, we may need to take a look and doing some kind of a business process improvement. A number of specific budget management area has been identified, like something related with performance-based budgeting, alignment with the cash, the financial management, and one thing that I think our team, especially the Indonesian counterpart, find it relative interesting is the micro-fiscal management framework that was proposed by the Korean expert based on the Korean experience. So number one is that, basically what it says, let's take a look at the business process. Let's look at the policy issue. What do we want to develop in the next generation of IFMIS before we develop the IT part, right? This is actually, if you look at the theory, this is common, but again, having direct interaction with the expert that has been doing it themselves, that give what do you call it, the insight for us to convince ourselves, right? And the second, with regard with the development strategy, cost versus locally developed software, I think the team recommend that it's actually, there is no right or wrong approach, but it's a matter of policy. Once you stick with that policy, then you have to provide the supporting mechanism that align with that policy, right? So it's not a matter of selection, but it's a matter of decision-making process. And third, as far as the advanced technology that can help next generation span, or IFMIS, provide better functionality, we have identified a number of technology that we think can give that additional function, such as the cloud computing and the big data analysis. Right? So based on this, I think looking at what we experienced, I can share with you, even though if you talk about outcome, it still remain to be seen when our management respond to the recommendation, right? But at least in the early response that we receive from our management when we do when we did the, what do you call it, the last part, the senior policy, senior official dialogue. The response is positive. Our management is really considering to develop a task force to really look at the all of this recommendation and then prepare for the next generation of SPAN, right? And I like to stress on, from our experience, that these KSP activities, I think the real added value is having met with those who has been there, who are actually implementing similar activities that you do, right? So it's not just a set of theories, it's not just a set of, you know, academic paper, but it's the thing that has been experienced by somebody who are a bit, you know, 2 or 3 steps ahead from you, so that that experience can really, first can be recognized by those who are, you know, a bit step behind and then implement it, right? Or if there's some mistake, you can avoid that, right? And the lessons learned that we think we take from this project is, in particular, IFMIS development is a continuous process. And we've seen that in the way the Korean government managed deep brain, right? It seems like you never stop developing it. You know, once the first generation went live, you started the next development. And the other thing that I didn't put it here explicitly is the way you manage your IFMIS by developing a specific unit, KFIS, if I understand correctly, to manage that. I think that's related to the second item that I put there, the institutional arrangement for managing IFMIS. Again, I think, you know, some of the presentation this morning also shared with us that building IT is not sufficient, right? It's necessary, but it's not sufficient to make sure that you get the benefit that can be delivered, right? You have to do the concentrate on the culture part, change the mindset of the people surrounding it. And for the way forward, I would, oh, sorry, I get mixed up. I scrolled this part and I thought I would scroll that part. Okay. For the way forward, one thing that we learned from our experience, this pandemic experience, shows the importance of digital technology. Remember that I told you that the Sakti was launched just the beginning of this year. But some of the functionality of Sakti was implemented during the pandemic. During the pandemic, we have lockdown, right? So people cannot move. Before Sakti was operational, the way spending unit disperse their budget is they have to send their document to the Treasury office. And because of the lockdown, they cannot visit the Treasury offices, right? So the team developed Sakti's functionality in the, at that time, existing system, allowing the spending unit to use the internet to submit their budget disbursement document without having to be present in the Treasury offices, right? I know that maybe for the Korean sounds, because you don't have Treasury office, if I understand correctly, right? You've been operating your budget disbursement mostly through the network, right? But we still have Treasury offices serving the spending unit. So that's something that we learned a lot, and based on this experience and also having consultation with our management, there are a number of areas that we want to pursue further if we have the opportunity to get the next KSP. This area is just tentative area. We want to look further on budget performance management. Sensitivity analysis, again, the pandemic experience shows us the economy and budget are related one with another, and we want to make sure that any change in either the economy or the budget, we want to have the mechanism to be able to identify how it would impact the other part, right? And thirdly is the liquidity budgeting. So with that, I would like to close my presentation, and before I really go back to my seat, I'd like to, on behalf of the Minister of Finance, Government of Indonesia, I'd like to thank the KDI for giving us the opportunity to do this project, and of course, Ministry of Economy and Finance, not just on this project, but since we developed SPAN the first time. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Najib. He explained the SPAN. It's a budgeting and treasury information system which has been operated since 2015. And then he also explained the SACTI is a feeder SPAN, which was opened this year. And then he put an emphasis on developing a next generation of SPAN, which is a wider scope of public finance management system, which might be similar to D-base of Korea. Thanks again for presenters. Now we have two panel discussants. First of all, we have the Dr. Sang Ung Nam through online. Is he ready now? Sang Ung Nam, yeah. The mic is off. I think we cannot hear you. Please turn on the mic.
Hello?
Yeah, it's okay. Now, yeah.
Okay, good afternoon, Chairman and all the participants. Thanks for the presentation of our presenters, especially for Dr. Babu. Okay, as you introduced, this is Sang Nam from the Korean Digital Information Service Office. I am very honored to participate in today's KSP regional seminar in Asia as one of the panelists. So I'd like to share a few
Thank you, Dr. Na. He told us his experiences and comments since he had worked as a senior advisor in developing the SPAN system. And the next discussant is Mr. Dok Kyu Bo, who is the director, corporate office in Jakarta. Mr. Bo, the floor is yours.
Okay.
Yeah.
Good afternoon, everybody. Can you hear me?
Yes,
Hello?
yes, I can hear you, yes.
Okay. Thank you for inviting me for this honorable event, and it is a great honor for me to make a great comment for this kind of great presentation. And I heard that the title of this discussion was about the pathway for the future collaboration, right? So actually, I'm not an expert in financial issue. Some of the issue was difficult for me to understand, but actually I'm an expert in investment and the trade. And that's why, and I have been here more than 2.5 years. So right before the coronavirus broke out in Indonesia, I was here. And I witnessed the whole difficulty which faced by Indonesia. And I'm happy to see that Korea and Indonesia successfully overcome this crisis and can host this kind of event now. And actually, related to the direction toward the future collaboration, besides the financial issue or digital cooperation, I think most countries need to focus on human resource development also. As everybody knows, Korea's major resources is not natural resources, actually human resources. And now Indonesia is ready to accept that kind of experience from Korea. So our passion for education and training and our system and institute, most of them can be transferred to Indonesia. And Indonesia is now proceeding the Industry 4.0. And now they need to proceed the development of human resources in the human resource capacity building. And I think the future KSP program needs to focus on that kind of cooperation. Actually, just an hour ago, I tried to set up a meeting between the Korean Ministry of Economy and Finance and the Indonesian Coordinating Ministry of Economy. And they decided to cooperate in trade people's training program. So this kind of infrastructure, it's individual infrastructure, not only transportation, telecommunication, but also human resource infrastructure is very important. So I think for the future cooperation, that kind of issue needs to be taken more seriously. And now we are talking about the overcoming and recovery of the difficulties from COVID-19 crisis. But actually, we are facing another challenge too. As everybody knows, Korea and Indonesia together faced with the carbon-free, net-free challenge. So both countries has some target to reach in the future. So maybe we can both countries need to collaborate closely to overcome that kind of challenge. So environment issue and reducing carbon is could be another issue to follow up. And now that Indonesia also ready to move the faculty from Jakarta to IAN, so we have more issues to cover, not only the financial issue, but also our experience and our technology or the system can be properly incorporated in this time. So I hope this event will prepare the proper place for the future discussion about those issues. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bo. He put an emphasis on the cooperation with respect to human resources development. So we now listen to the comments from two panel discussants And then if there is anyone in the floor who wants to have some comments on the 4 presentations, please raise your hand. Yes, there. Your name and institutions first, please.
Yes, thank you, Moderator Sean. And first of all, my name is Rio from the DG Treasury of the Ministry of Finance. First off, I want to thank all the presenters and also the Ministry of Economy and Finance and KDI for this event. I believe this is the first regional seminar after the pandemic and held in person. So thank you for having it in Jakarta. And my question, or a comment rather, it's very interesting that Mr. Hyung-Kuk Kim's presentation about the K digital policy. In times of, in recent time where many nations, I think, are still trying to figure out how to regulate and how to view the emergence of new technologies, as you mentioned, on the financial institution and financial technology providing financial institution services. And maybe just to relate to what Professor Ki-chan Kim's presentation has said, that maybe the question is, what is the fighting spirit, or what is the Korean government's encouraging in terms of how it sees the rapid advancements of new technologies in the area of financial service or provided by fintech companies, and also considering that perhaps in doing so it can maybe eliminate, or in terms of how many people see it, as cutting off the middleman, as in the banking traditional services provided by traditional banking services, when we pursue to advance the technological aspect of fintech providing financial services. Thank you.
Thank you. Later. Yeah, well, he asked about the K-digital financial policy, particularly what is the fighting spirit of the financial tech companies and so. Later you can answer. And then there might be another one who can ask some questions to the presenters. Okay, I think then Mr. Kim, can you answer him?
Thank you for your questions. Okay. It is quite hard to embrace the new technology to the existing financial institutions first. That is why the governments needed to do something. So as I described in this slides, so Korean government conducting financial regulatory sandbox first. So anyone who wants to create something new with the new technology, they can test their services in the sandbox first. Because the financial sector is traditionally very restricted and very traditional. So they first give the chance to have the experimental for their new services. And then, and also, there is one more the good the measures from the Korean government. They foster the partnership in between the traditional financial institutions and the startups, fintech startups. So they can share their experiences each other's, and they can have mutual benefit each other's. So maybe the big financial institutions, it is quite hard to invent new services because there are many layers to be approved from the bottom to the top. So, but the fintech startups, they have to respond to with their agilities to the industries. So, but on the other hand, the fintech startups, they don't have the customers and they don't have capitals to raise their businesses. So the government provide such kind of the partnership programs. And moreover, as you can see my slides, there is a fintech support centers. So, so in Korea, if you establish kind of fintech startups, you can first go to the fintech support centers, and then you can realize your ideas with the technology and the IT infrastructures. And that's quite the useful and practical the assistance for newcomers in the financial sectors. And is that your okay.
Okay, I think.
Is this enough for your questions?
Thank you. Yeah, it answers. Maybe just a one follow-up question. Maybe just to see where Korea's vision or plan to maybe how to regulate future maybe technologies that might perhaps substitute traditional financial institution. Perhaps maybe, yeah. Let's say there's a new technology that emerges that can possibly maybe substitute a banking service that like you said, perhaps is more traditional, and with the new technology that can maybe eliminate that. So maybe the question would be, how do you or maybe the Korean government sees those technologies? Will you support that or maybe regulate that, or yeah?
So actually, for the first time, when the traditional financial sectors opens their the system to these other parties, there was many obstacles because they already making their benefit from the market. So it is not easy process to persuade them. But if we look at the futures, if we don't develop our systems accordingly, so maybe someday they will decrease their the benefit and their revenues. So So the altogether, the financial industries and the government, they are try to move on. So so we can overcome such kind of the obstacles. So, for example, when we established the open banking for sharing the banking services to the third parties, there was the fee issues, because the traditional the finance institutions, they want to secure at least the minimum margins, because they invest their money earlier. So they don't want the people who joined later with low cost. But as I said, the industry and the governments, they put together their efforts, and then they decrease the amount of the fee to join the open banking systems. So yeah, that's the one good example, yeah, for the effort.
Thank you, Mr. Kim. Is there anyone who wants to say more or explain from the presenters? No? Oh, one more question, yes.
Okay, thank you for the opportunity. My name is Dita from Ministry of Manpower. Regarding on the use of platform for sustainable transformation, Korea have an advanced labor market information system called WorkNet, if I am not mistaken, correct? Yeah. And I would like to know how did the Korea government struggles during its first initiation of WorkNet as a technology platform for mismatch of job market? Thank you.
Can you say one more time? It's not clear yet. Yeah.
Yes. Currently, in our manpower ministry, we are working on the initiation of labor market information system, and we are now in collaboration with World Bank, and we have had some share of knowledge from the World Bank, and they gave us the example from Korea, WorkNet app, and so I'd like to know how the Korean government struggles during its first initiation of developing WorkNet.
Thank you. Is there anyone who can say question is about the labor market information system? I think there is no expert about the question, so later some of us in the KDI. Oh, you can.
So yeah, you mentioned about the mismatch problem. Yeah. So for example, people are looking for the job, but company are looking for the people. So that mismatch problem. So then currently, a lot of AI technology is applying to improve the mismatch problem. So then, not only AI, the app, but also AI technology is utilizing to improve the mismatch problem. So then, just I am not specialist about the labor market, but I think a lot of cases, particularly in Korea, a lot of the startup is established for improving the mismatch problem between supply and the demand in labor market. So hopefully you can easily find the startup to improve mismatch problem. If you want to know more, I'll find any starter which is related with your question. I can give more information to you next time. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Kim. He saved me. Okay, I think there might be no more questions. Well, this morning we heard the KSP project in recent years, and this afternoon we find ways for the new KSP project in the future. I think there might be some digital transformation, particularly with respect to financial system, and then also we have some public finance system which can be further developed in the future. As far as I know, apart from the digital transformation, I think the Korean government put an emphasis on smart city development or green infrastructure development, and any areas you want to work together with KDI, and then you can make contact through Executive Director Mr. Kim Jong-wook or Director Dr. Kwon Kyung-do, and so on. So we are very happy to work together in the near future. I think this is the end of our afternoon session. Thank you very much for listening to us. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Woo Young-son, for moderating our afternoon session today. Thank you also to all panelists and presenters, and also speakers for the excellent presentation and also discussion. Now, please kindly return to your seat. Thank you. Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, we have had productive time here today, and this event is about to come to the very end. But before I close this event, I would like to invite His Excellency Wong Ki-son, Deputy Director General for Trade Policy, Ministry of Economy and Finance, to give closing remarks.
Can you hear me? No. Hello? Okay. First, I'm very much impressed by your active participation and the ideas and knowledges of the partner countries. And so I think that today's seminar is very fruitful. And also, I'm very happy to confirm that there are also strong demand for the future KSP projects, especially for the digitalization and also for the other areas. And so I feel kind of burdened as a Korean government official to make more quality and also feasible, also hands-on advices to meet up that kind of high quality demand. So I promise we will make our utmost efforts to meet your high demand. And also I like to express my deepest appreciation for the hospitality and support from the Indonesian government and also the KDI's efforts to make this seminar possible and successful. And thank you for your participation. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellencies Wong Ki-son, for the closing remarks. And next, I would like to invite Mr. Kurniawan Aryadi, Director of Bilateral Funding, Ministry of National Development Planning, Bappenas, to come up to the stage to give the closing remarks.
Yang saya hormati Bapak Wong Kim Seon, Deputy Director General for Trade Policy, Ministry of Economy and Finance of the Republic of Korea. Saya hormati Bapak Jung Wok Kim, Executive Director of Korean Development Institute. Distinguished speakers, panelists, ladies and gentlemen, Bapak Ibu sekalian, yang saya hormati, selamat sore. May peace be upon us, salam sejahtera untuk kita semua. Bapak Ibu sekalian, firstly, I'd like to start these closing remarks by thank you all, especially to the Ministry of Economy and Finance of the Republic of Korea for hosting this regional seminar and to Korea Development Institute for organizing this seminar. Thank you to the speakers for your insightful thoughts and provoking talks, to the moderators, including me, for facilitating the session, and most importantly, for all of you, the participants of this seminar. Without your inputs, ideas, and discussions, these workshops will not have been the success it has. We have already heard summaries from each session, and I will not even to try to repeat them here, but instead, I'd like to share with you our views on how important we engage and share our experiences with Korea expertise. As Ibu Deputy Minister Amalia said this morning in her opening remarks, Korea becomes our reference for economic transformation model. Korea has expertise on how to manage resources and capacity to increase their economic growth. Indonesia will need to address its existing and potential post-pandemic challenges. Our task is not only to recover from the pandemic, but also to achieve a higher economic growth trajectory. This morning, Amalia Winnie reminded us of left homeworks and additional homeworks post-pandemic. So we have to redouble our efforts to achieve our predetermined target that we set out prior to the COVID-19 pandemics. But anyway, COVID-19 pandemics brings many changes in people's way of life. Global trends will lead to increased automation, digitalization, and ICT utilization, as well as green recovery after the pandemic. Future of our works will also change as work is shifting faster towards green and digital sectors. And Indonesia will need great improvement on various aspects and captivating bilateral cooperation with Korea. I would like to recognize that knowledge sharing program is a mutual learning platform for development cooperation. We have been engaged with KSP program since 17 years ago, starting in 2005, and experienced knowledge sharing as a means to deepen mutual learning and create beneficial partnership. For instance, this morning in first session, Pak Edi Mulya presented how PPKP experienced tremendous improvement of supervisory method by utilizing information technology. And just now we learned from Pak Bopi how Ministry of Finance, supported by KSP program, could improve significantly their works in making our treasury administration much more efficiently and effectively by introducing SPAN and so on, and SAKTI and so on and so on. So in order to be effective, I think KSP program has to be more strategically targeted on the challenge that has identified and pertinent to the areas that Korea has comparative advantages as well as relevant to our national development plans and priorities. What we learned from pandemic is first, digital transformation, the importance of digital transformation. The second thing, at least our need to accelerate reform in health sector in broader terms, not only medical aspect, but also other aspect. Let's say this supply, the human resources, and the value chain of the medicine, and so on and so on. And also importance of telemedicine, for example. So at least there are two things that we learned from the pandemic. Yeah. And this afternoon when we had lunch, Ibu Amalia also raised something that we enjoy so far from Korea, but unfortunately we don't learn more from Korea, is how to develop creative economy. So we have a lot of potential. We enjoy even every day, every evening, from morning to evening, from television, from others on the internet platform. But so far, we do not learn a lot from Korea how to institutionalize, how to build, how to develop the potential of a creative economy in our country. So please consider DPDG and also Mr. Wong to support Indonesia in developing creative economy. And we need to accelerate that, not necessarily to wait in 2024, but next year. So the recommendation of this program can be put on table and beneficial for us in preparing our next midterm development plan. Bappenas has always encouraged ministries and agencies to utilize KSP program under KDI to improve their capacities at all levels. Bapak Ibu sekalian, what we can learn from this two sessions, this morning and this afternoon, is not only the substance of the KSP program, but also we can learn how our colleagues from PPKP, from Ministry of Finance, from other ministry, from Malaysia, from Vietnam, from Mekong, to prepare convincing proposal. Yeah, to prepare convincing. So please learn from Poppy, from our colleague from Mekong, also Ibu Nur from Malaysia, how to prepare convincing proposal so to be accepted by Korean Ministry of Economy and Finance, also by KDI. Then we can get expertise and we can enjoy experience of KSP program. Okay. Again, we thank our counterparts, Korea Development Institute, Korean Embassy in Jakarta, and of course the Ministry of Economy and Finance of the Republic of Korea for supporting us and hosting this event. I thank you and have a good day to all of you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Mr. Kurniawan Aryadi, for encouraging summary closing remarks. Last but not least, I would like to now call up on Dr. Chung Kwok Kim, the Executive Director of Center of International Development, Korea Development Institute, to present us with the closing remarks.
Yeah, this is the end of long day. It is always happy to see the ending of the event, but it's also sad to end this, finish this valuable time. Excellency, distinguished guests and colleagues, friends, I would like to extend my sincere gratitude to all the delegations for actively participating in the discussions at this seminar, online and offline. Taking this opportunity, I would like to deliver my sincere appreciation to the government of Indonesia for co-hosting this constructive seminar and for sparing no effort in making this seminar a success. Today we had fruitful discussion on recovery and sustainable transformation and have exchanged views on approaches on inclusive society throughout digitalization, as well as on the ways to enhance partnerships for development. Hoping this seminar has served a catalyst for enhancing the discussions on materializing KSP partnerships for development cooperation. I expect that our shared recognition of the need for a development partnership will lead us to the emergence of a tangible framework on partnership for development in the near future. Lastly, my sincere gratitude is on our hardworking staffs from KDI, including Director Kwon and team leader Ms. Nam. Thank you very much.
Thank you to His Excellency Wong Ki-son, Mr. Kurniawan Aryadi, and also Dr. Chung Kwok Kim for giving the closing remarks. Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of Korea Development Institute, KDI, I would like to thank the presenter and speakers for today's seminars, the moderators for leading our session and panel discussion, and also the participation for participating at today's seminar. Have a great rest of your day. I'm Tommy Siahaan, signing off. Kamsahamnida.
the MRC and our member country. Reason. For the yeah, thank you.